Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Wisdom Tales.
Hello, beautiful soul, and welcome to this sacred sanctuary of ancient wisdom flowing from the timeless sands of Egypt. These stories are designed to carry you gently into sleep while your heart receives the profound teachings of the Nile's eternal civilization. Tonight, you'll journey with wisdom keepers from the land where gods walked among mortals and pyramids touched the stars. You'll discover how a dream interpreter learned to stop seeking meaning and start experiencing mystery. Meet a temple cat who taught that the divine comes wrapped in ordinary moments. Witness a weaver finding golden threads that connect all souls. Learn why the Sphinx poses her deepest riddles to sleeping minds rather than waking ones.
You'll travel with Ra's night boat through darkness where new understanding is born. Watch a physician balance heart burdens alongside healing herbs. See how lotus blooms teach us that beauty arises, not from effort, but from resting in the mud of not knowing. And discover why pilgrims found their healing in the peaceful emptiness between dreams. Before we begin, please share in the comments where in this beautiful world you're listening tonight. I love connecting with our global community, all gathering here like souls seeking wisdom at the feet of ancient teachers.
Now, place your phone face down so the light won't distract you, but keep it close enough to hear my voice. Settle into your most comfortable position. Let your breathing find its natural rhythm, like the eternal flow of the Nile, and prepare to receive these timeless stories through the doorway of an open heart, surrendering into rest.
The wisdom keepers of the two lands await, their teachings preserved like sacred medicines in temples built to outlast time itself. Let these stories of sacred cats and golden threads, healing dreams and starlit wisdom carry you gently toward the peaceful sleep where all seeking finds its home.
All is well. Let our first wisdom story begin.
The dream interpreter's last vision. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the gentle incense smoke that rises from ancient temple braziers, carrying prayers and dreams upward into the starlit Egyptian night, where wisdom waits patiently for those ready to receive rather than seek.
The year is 47 before the Common Era. Alexandria pulses. The greatest city the ancient world has ever known breathes with the rhythm of two civilizations meeting in magnificent collision. Greek marble gleams beside Egyptian sandstone in streets where Cleopatra's merchants haggle in a dozen languages, while the salt wind from the Mediterranean carries whispers of distant lands across waters that stretch to the edge of the known world. Here, where the Nile Delta spreads its fertile fingers into the sea, the scent of cinnamon and frankincense mingles with harbor brine and the particular dust that rises only from countless papyrus scrolls. Ships from Nubia and Rome rock gently at anchor. Their masts create a forest of wood and rope against the eternal Egyptian sky. In the shadow of the great library, on a narrow street lined with ancient sycamores, whose roots drink from waters that have flowed since the time of the first pharaohs, stands a modest temple, not grand like the Serapeum with its towering columns, not wealthy like the temples that serve Alexandria's elite. This is a place for ordinary dreamers, a sanctuary where sleep visions are treated as sacred messengers from realms beyond the reach of waking eyes. Kiti has served here for 37 years.
His hands, now spotted with the brown marks that time leaves on all mortal flesh, have unrolled thousands of dream records written on papyrus that crackles with age. His voice, once strong enough to call across temple courtyards, has grown soft with decades of whispering interpretations into the ears of those who come seeking meaning in their night journeys. From his small chamber behind the main sanctuary, where oil lamps cast dancing shadows on walls painted with scenes of souls traveling through star-filled darkness, he has decoded the mysterious language of dreams. Everyone comes to him eventually.
Wealthy merchants, hoping their dreams of sinking ships don't foretell business disasters. desperate slaves who dream of flying and want to know if freedom awaits, young mothers clutching babies to their breasts, seeking signs about their children's futures in visions of growing trees and flowing rivers, old men with death approaching who dream of their fathers calling from across vast waters, wondering what message waits in that distant beckoning.
Tonight, the old priest moves through his evening rituals with the careful deliberation of one whose body has begun to remind him daily of its mortality. His joints ache with the damp that rises from Alexandria's harbor when the sun disappears into the Mediterranean. The linen of his robes, once crisp white as fresh papyrus, has softened over the years to the warm cream color of ancient scrolls that have absorbed decades of lamplight and reverent handling. He lights the sacred lamp before the bronze statue of Serapeum, the god's face, cast by some long-dead artisan with skill that borders on magic, seems to watch him with those mysterious eyes that see simultaneously into both waking and sleeping worlds. The flame flickers, shadows dance across divine features that blend Egyptian wisdom with Greek philosophy in perfect union. Another day of other people's dreams, Katie murmurs to the listening darkness. Around him, shelves hold hundreds of dream tablets and scrolls, clay records pressed with cuneiform dreams from Mesopotamian visitors, papyrus interpretations written in the flowing hieratic script of his predecessors, Greek texts on parchment that explain the meanings hidden in visions of serpents and rivers, of the dead returning with urgent messages, of falling through endless space or soaring above the earth like the sacred ibis birds that serve Thoth. He knows them all. Every symbol, every interpretation, every possible meaning that human sleep can conjure from the vast unconscious realm where gods and mortals meet in visions. But something has been stirring in Hetty's chest these recent months. A restlessness, a question that grows stronger each time he opens his mouth to explain what someone else's dream signifies. Each time he reaches for a scroll to decode another soul's night journey into neat categories of meaning, the question arrives like a whisper in the pre-dawn darkness. When did he stop dreaming his own dreams? When did he become only a reader of other souls' nocturnal travels, never a traveler himself? The old priest extinguishes the oil lamp with a breath that carries the weight of decades. Through the small window that faces east toward the harbor, Alexandria spreads before him in all its impossible glory. Lighthouse beams sweep across waters where Egyptian fishing boats bob beside Roman galleys and Greek merchant vessels. The palace complex rises like a cluster of marble stars against the night sky. Somewhere in those magnificent halls, Cleopatra plans strategies that will reshape the world. Somewhere in the great library's endless corridors, scribes work by lamplight, copying precious texts that preserve the wisdom of ages. Somewhere in the sleeping city, ordinary people dream the dreams that tomorrow they might bring to his door, seeking understanding. But tonight, finally, after decades of interpreting other souls' visions, Kedi dreams his own dream. He finds himself walking along a path that seems woven from starlight itself, not the harsh light of earthly fire, but something softer, warmer, light that carries music just beyond the edge of hearing. The air around him shimmers with a warmth that has nothing to do with desert sun or temple braziers, everything to do with a presence that wraps around him like the embrace of a mother whose love requires nothing, explains nothing, simply is. Each step rings like a small bell, not from his feet, but from somewhere deep in his chest where something has been sleeping for decades and is finally beginning to stir. The path curves ahead through a landscape that shifts between the familiar and the impossible. Date palms grow beside trees that bear fruit made of liquid silver. Sand dunes rise and fall in rhythm with breathing that might belong to the earth itself. Before him,
rising from this dream desert, like a vision born from the mind of the gods themselves, stands a temple, unlike any he has ever seen, in waking life or in all his years of interpreting others' sleep visions. Its columns are carved from what appears to be crystallized moonlight, solid yet translucent, ancient yet somehow newly born. With each moment he looks upon them, the walls pulse gently with the rhythm of a great heart, as if the entire structure lives and breathes and dreams along with all who enter its sacred space. As he approaches, the massive doors swing open without sound. The interior stretches beyond the reach of sight, a vast hall that seems to contain not just space but time itself, layers upon layers of moments existing simultaneously in impossible harmony. And filling the space, floating like luminous bubbles in air that tastes of honey and starlight, are thousands upon thousands of dreams. Some move quickly, flashing with the brilliant colors of joy and adventure, dreams of children running through wheat fields that stretch to infinity, visions of lovers meeting in gardens where every flower sings. Others drift slowly, heavy with the deep blues and purples of sorrow and longing. Dreams of soldiers calling for mothers who will never answer. Visions of empty chairs where beloved voices once offered comfort. Each dream bubble contains entire worlds of experience, entire lifetimes of feeling compressed into moments of perfect crystalline emotion. And standing in the center of this impossible hall is a figure Ketty recognizes immediately, though they have never met in any waking moment of his 73 years of life. It is himself, but himself as he might have been. This other Haiti's eyes shine with the wonder of someone who has spent his life not explaining dreams, but living them, not categorizing visions, but allowing them to live through him. His face bears the deep contentment of one who has learned to experience rather than interpret, to be present in mystery rather than dissolve mystery through analysis. His hands move through the air around him as if he is conducting music only he can hear, and the floating dreams respond to his gestures like dancers following a rhythm older than civilization. "You have spent so many years," the dream Ketty says, and his voice carries the sound of wind through papyrus reeds, the whisper of sand across temple stones, the gentle lapping of Nile water against the hulls of boats that carry sleepers toward dawn, telling others what their dreams mean. His words hang in the luminous air between them like visible things, like small gods waiting to be born. But when did you last allow a dream to simply be what it is? When did you last let a vision wash through you without needing to understand it, catalog it, file it away under the proper interpretation? The waking world, Ketty opens his mouth to respond, to explain, to interpret. Even this moment, according to the vast catalog of dream wisdom he has accumulated over decades of service. The words rise in his throat like birds taking flight, but no sound comes. Instead, something else begins to happen. The floating dreams around him start to descend, gently like flower petals falling from trees, in some garden where seasons follow the rhythm of the heart, rather than the movement of celestial bodies. They touch his skin and dissolve, not into understanding, but into pure sensation, pure experience, unfiltered by the need to know what it all means. He feels the terror of being chased through endless corridors, without needing to know that it represents unresolved fears or unfinished business with authority figures. The fear simply is, complete and honest, and strangely clean in its absolute presence. He experiences the bliss of flying over landscapes that stretch beyond horizons without categorizing it as a desire for freedom or transcendence or escape from earthly limitations. The flight simply carries him, lifts him, fills him with the wordless joy of movement through space unlimited by the rules that govern waking bodies. He knows the sorrow of loss, waves of grief that wash through him like tides, without needing to label it as unfinished mourning or symbolic death.
or the psyche's attempt to process change. The sorrow flows through him like water through cupped hands, present and real, and somehow sacred in its refusal to be anything other than what it is.
Dream after dream washes through him, visions of golden cities that crumble and rebuild themselves in endless cycles. Images of voices calling from distances that measure not miles but years, not space but the infinite territories of longing. Scenes of ordinary moments elevated to the sacred by attention so complete that a simple cup of water becomes communion with the divine source of all refreshment.
And with each dream that moves through him like weather through a landscape, something tight in his chest begins to loosen, something that has been clenched like a fist for decades, gripping tightly to the need to know, to explain, to make neat sense of the vast mystery that surrounds human existence. Slowly opens its fingers and releases its hold. "This is what you came here to remember," the other Katie whispers, though now his voice seems to come from everywhere at once, from the luminous walls and the breathing columns and the dreams themselves as they continue their gentle descent through the impossible air. That some gifts can only be received, never earned. That some wisdom can only be lived, never taught. That the deepest truths arrive not when we interpret the mystery, but when we allow ourselves to become the mystery.
Perhaps, dear listener, you too have spent precious time and energy trying to figure out what everything in your life means. Perhaps you have analyzed and interpreted your way through experiences that were meant simply to be felt, fully and completely, without the burden of understanding weighing down their wings. Perhaps you have stood at the edge of wonder and chosen explanation over immersion, comprehension over communion. As the dream temple begins to fade around him like morning mist, touched by the first rays of sun, as the floating visions dissolve back into the vast source from which all dreams arise, Ketty understands with the kind of knowing that lives in the body rather than the mind, that this vision was never meant to be decoded, catalogued, filed away in the great library of interpretations he has spent his life building. It was meant to be absorbed, the way desert sand absorbs the first drops of rain after months of drought, gratefully and completely, without question or analysis, the way a flower absorbs sunlight, transforming it into beauty without needing to understand the mechanics of photosynthesis. He awakens in his small chamber as the first light of dawn touches Alexandria's harbor with fingers of gold and rose. The great city stirs to life around him. Bakers fire their ovens, merchants prepare their stalls, fishermen cast nets into waters that reflect the slowly brightening sky like hammered silver. Soon, he knows, the first dream seekers will arrive at his temple door, papyrus scrolls clutched in worried hands, hoping for explanations that will transform their mysterious night journeys into manageable categories of meaning.
But something fundamental has shifted in the old priest during the night, something deeper than interpretation, more essential than understanding. When the first visitor arrives, a young Greek woman with worry lines already etching themselves around eyes too young for such burden, troubled by recurring dreams of dolphins that call to her in voices she almost recognizes, Ketty listens to her story with different ears. Instead of immediately reaching for his well-worn interpretation scrolls, instead of consulting the dream catalogs that have guided his responses for decades, he simply sits with her in the dream's mystery. The silence between them fills with something that has nothing to do with the absence of words and everything to do with the presence of deep listening.
"Tell me," he says finally, and his voice carries a gentleness that surprises them both. Not what you think it means, but how it feels to be swimming with them in that endless blue. Tell me about the water. Tell me about their songs. Tell me what it's like in your body when you wake from such dreams.
Her eyes light up with something he has rarely seen in his decades of dream work, not the relief of receiving an explanation that reduces mystery to manageable meaning, something deeper, the deeper peace of being truly heard, truly witnessed in her experience, without the need to make it into something other than what it is. From that day forward, Keti's temple becomes known throughout Alexandria, not as a place where dreams are decoded, but as a sanctuary where dreams are honored. Visitors leave, not with explanations tucked into their robes like purchased goods, but with a deeper trust in their own inner wisdom, a growing capacity to be present with mystery rather than consumed by the need to solve it. The old priest has learned, finally, in the twilight of his years of service, the difference between helping someone understand their dream and helping them receive its gift. And all is well, all has always been well, in the sacred receiving that needs no interpretation, where every dream that visits us in the night comes bearing gifts that can only be unwrapped through direct experience, where the same wisdom that flowed through the ancient priest flows through you now, ready to be lived rather than understood, felt rather than analyzed, received rather than grasped, perfect in the trust that knows some of life's greatest teachings arrive not as answers to be decoded, but as mysteries to be absorbed into the very fabric of our being, transforming us in ways that explanation never could. All is well. The scribe's sacred silence. Continue drifting and listening, dear listener, and let these words carry you, like the gentle settling of reed pens at the end of a long day's writing, when the hand finally rests and the heart remembers the wisdom that lives in the spaces between thoughts, in the eternal quiet that needs no recording. It is the 15th year of Pharaoh Amenhotep III's reign. The great temple complex of Karnak rises from the east bank of the Nile, like a forest of stone columns reaching toward Ra's daily journey across the endless Egyptian sky. Here, where the sacred lake reflects ibis birds picking their careful way through shallows that mirror clouds, where the sound of chisels on granite mingles with the chanting of priests at dawn prayers, the house of life bustles with the constant scratch of reed pens on papyrus. It is the season of Peret, when the Nile's flood has receded and left behind the rich black earth that will feed Egypt for another year. In the scribal hall, where shafts of golden sunlight slant through high windows and illuminate dancing particles of papyrus dust, 30 young men sit cross-legged on reed mats, their writing palettes balanced on their knees. The air carries the familiar scent of fresh ink mixed with the sweet oils used to preserve papyrus, the faint incense that drifts from the nearby sanctuary where priests tend the sacred flame that has burned without interruption since the temple's founding 3 centuries ago. Anku sits among them, but apart. At 19, he has already earned recognition as the finest scribe of his generation. His hieroglyphs flow across papyrus with the fluid grace of water over smooth stones. His hand never trembles, even during the longest copying sessions, when other students' fingers cramp and their letters begin to waver like heat mirages above sun-baked stone. The master scribes nod approvingly when they examine his work. Fellow students ask to study his techniques, but something stirs restlessly in Anku's chest as he copies yet another religious text, another hymn of praise to Amun-Ra, another list of offerings required for the morning rituals. Today he works on the sacred instructions of Ptahhotep, wisdom literature passed down from the Pyramid Age. His reed pen moves steadily across the papyrus, forming the ancient words with mechanical precision. Good speech is more hidden than greenstone, yet it may be found among maids at the grindstones. The irony strikes him like a physical blow. Here he sits, surrounded by thousands of scrolls containing the accumulated wisdom of Egypt's greatest sages, copying their words with flawless technique, while the actual meaning slides past him like water over oil. When did the words become merely shapes to be reproduced rather than truths to be absorbed? When did his perfect penmanship begin to feel like a barrier between himself and the wisdom he was supposed to be preserving? Through the high windows, He can hear the sounds of life continuing beyond the scribal hall, farmers calling to their oxen in fields green with growing barley, children laughing as they play along the Nile's edge, their voices carrying on the wind that ruffles palm fronds and sends ripples across the sacred lake, women singing work songs as they grind grain in courtyards shaded by sycamore trees, whose roots drink deep from waters that have nourished this land since time began. All of it happening in the realm of direct experience, unmediated by the need to record and preserve and copy. Master Kayamwaset approaches, his sandals whispering against the polished stone floor. His shadow falls across Anku's work. For a moment, the old scribe simply stands there, studying the perfect hieroglyphs that flow like poetry across the papyrus. His weathered face, marked by decades of squinting at tiny characters in lamplight, shows nothing of his thoughts. "Your technique is flawless as always," he says finally. His voice carries the dry rustle of old papyrus. "But tell me, young Anku, what does Ptahhotep mean when he says that good speech is hidden among maids at the grindstones?" Anku looks up from his writing palette, ink still wet on his reed pen. The question hangs in the air between them, like a challenge. He has copied the words perfectly, but their meaning feels as distant as the stars that wheel overhead in their eternal dance. He begins, then stops. The honest answer rises in his throat, like water from a deep well. "I don't know, Master. I have written the words, but I have not lived them." Kayamwaset nods slowly, unsurprised. "And what do you think Ptahhotep would say about that?" Before Anku can formulate a response, the master scribe does something unprecedented. He reaches down and gently lifts the reed pen from the young man's fingers, setting it aside on the writing palette with ceremonial care. "Come," he says. "Leave your writing. There is something I want to show you." They walk together through corridors lined with painted scenes of scribes presenting their work to gods and pharaohs, through courtyards where lotus blossoms float in rectangular pools that reflect the passage of clouds across the endless sky. Kayamwaset leads him past the main temple, past the sacred lake where priests perform their ritual purifications at dawn, to a small structure Anku has never noticed before, despite his years at Karnak. It is barely more than a room, built of the same golden sandstone as the great halls, but utterly plain, without decoration or inscription. Inside, the walls are bare, except for a single hieroglyph carved deep into the stone, above a simple stone bench, the symbol for silence. "Sit," Kayamwaset instructs, gesturing toward the bench, "and listen." "Listen to what, Master?" "To nothing, to everything, to the space between the words you have been copying all these years." The old scribe leaves him alone in the chamber. At first, Anku fidgets. His hands feel strange, without a reed pen to grip, without papyrus beneath his palms. The habit of constant mental recording continues. He finds himself mentally cataloging the way shadows move across the bare walls, the distant sound of temple activity, the quality of light that filters through the single high window. But gradually, something else begins to emerge from beneath the constant chatter of his trained scribe's mind. Silence, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something deeper, the kind of quiet that holds all sounds within itself without being disturbed by them, the eternal stillness that exists in the center of the hurricane, in the heart of the flame, in the depths of the sacred lake, even when wind stirs its surface. Perhaps, dear listener, you know this feeling, perhaps in your own busy life, filled with the constant need to process and record and respond to endless streams of information. You have caught glimpses of this deeper quiet. Perhaps you have felt the longing to set down your own versions of the reed pen, the phone, the keyboard, the endless mental note-taking, and simply be present with what is, without the need to capture or preserve or share it. Hours pass.
though Anku loses all sense of their passage. The light from the high window shifts from golden to amber to the deep orange that precedes sunset. Temple sounds change as the day progresses. Morning chants give way to the bustle of midday activity, then to the quieter rhythms of evening preparations. And slowly, something extraordinary begins to happen. The words he has been copying for years, the ancient wisdom that had seemed like mere shapes to be reproduced, begin to speak to him directly, not through his trained intellect, not through his ability to parse meaning from symbols, but through some deeper faculty he had never known he possessed. He understands, suddenly and completely, what Ptahhotep meant about good speech being found among maids at the grindstones. The deepest wisdom doesn't reside in the formal texts copied by scribes in temple halls. It lives in the everyday experience of ordinary people who speak truth directly from their hearts, unadorned by literary flourish or scholarly interpretation. When Master Kamwaset returns as the first stars appear in the darkening sky, he finds Anku still sitting on the stone bench, but transformed. The young man's face has lost the tight concentration that had marked his years of copying. His shoulders have dropped away from his ears. His breathing has deepened and slowed.
"What did you learn?" the master asks. Anku looks up, and his eyes hold a quality of attention that hadn't been there before, present attention, rather than the focused concentration of someone trying to capture and preserve.
That wisdom doesn't live in the writing of it, he says slowly. It lives in the living of it. That all my perfect copying was like trying to capture the Nile in a water jar.
Kamwaset smiles, the deep satisfaction of a teacher whose student has finally grasped the lesson that cannot be taught, only discovered. "And what will you do with this understanding?" "I will still copy the texts," Anku replies, "but I will copy them as one who has learned to listen first. I will write from the silence rather than into it."
From that day forward, something changes in the House of Life at Karnak. Other scribes begin to notice a difference in Anku's work. His hieroglyphs remain as technically perfect as ever, but now they seem to carry something more than mere accuracy. They pulse with life, with understanding, with the kind of presence that comes only from writing, that emerges from deep listening, rather than mechanical reproduction.
The master scribes begin sending students to him, not just to learn technique, but to understand the deeper purpose of their calling. Word spreads that in the great temple complex at Karnak, there is a young scribe who has learned to balance the reed pen with the sacred silence, who understands that true wisdom comes not from the accumulation of words, but from the cultivation of the listening heart that receives them. Years pass, Anku becomes a master scribe himself, then a teacher of teachers. The texts he copies are treasured, not just for their accuracy, but for the living quality they carry, as if the ancient wisdom has been awakened from sleep and breathes once again through carefully formed hieroglyphs. But the most precious moments of his work are not the hours spent writing, but the moments when he sets down his reed pen and returns to that inner chamber of silence. There, in the space between thoughts, between heartbeats, between the inhale and exhale of breath, he continues to receive the teachings that no papyrus can contain. And all is well. All has always been well, in the sacred balance between expression and reception, where every word, written with true understanding, flows from the deeper silence that holds all wisdom, where the same eternal quiet that taught the young scribe flows through you now, available in any moment when you pause the constant recording of experience and allow yourself to simply be present with what is, perfect in the recognition that the deepest truths cannot be captured in words, but only lived, only breathed, only absorbed in the listening heart that knows when to write and when to rest in the wisdom that needs no inscription. All is well. The weaver's golden thread. Relax, even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like golden threads
moving through the warp and weft of an ancient loom, weaving patterns that connect all things in the great tapestry of existence, where every strand finds its perfect place in the whole. It is the 23rd year of Pharaoh Hatshepsut's reign, the Temple of Mut at Karnak, where the great Queen Pharaoh has ordered the construction of magnificent new shrines to honor the Mother Goddess, whose fierce love protects all of Egypt. It is the month of Tybi, deep winter by the Nile's calendar, when the river runs low and clear between banks lined with date palms, heavy with fruit that glows like amber in the slanting light of Ra's shortened journey across the sky. Here, in a workshop built against the southern wall of Mut's sacred precinct, where the morning sun streams through high windows cut into stone walls, painted with scenes of the goddess in her various forms, as woman, as lioness, as vulture, spreading protective wings, the sound of looms creates a rhythm as steady and hypnotic as heartbeats. Nefret sits before her loom, as she has every day for 7 years. The wooden frame, carved from precious cedar brought from the mountains of Lebanon, rises before her like a doorway into another world. Vertical threads stretch from top to bottom in perfect parallel lines, taut as harp strings, waiting for the horizontal threads that will bind them into cloth worthy of the gods. Around her, 12 other women work at their own looms, their hands moving in the ancient dance of over-under, the shuttle passing through the warp with a soft whisper that mingles with quiet conversations and the occasional burst of laughter. The air carries the scent of linen soaked in cedar oil to keep it supple, mixed with the earthier smell of wool, dyed in vats that stand in the courtyard beyond the workshop, crimson from crushed beetles, deep blue from lapis lazuli ground to powder and mixed with oils that turn thread, the color of midnight sky, yellow from saffron petals that arrived on trading ships from lands so distant their names sound like incantations. But today, Nefret works with gold, real gold, beaten into wire so fine it seems like captured sunlight, flexible enough to weave yet precious enough that each thread must be accounted for when the day's work ends. The fabric taking shape on her loom will become a ceremonial robe for the high priestess of Mut, a garment that will catch and hold the light of oil lamps during sacred rituals, transforming the human woman who wears it into a visible representation of divine radiance. Her fingers move with practiced skill, guiding the golden thread through the linen warp, over, under. Each pass of the shuttle creates another line in the growing fabric, another layer in what will become something both functional and sacred. But this morning, something different happens. As Nefret reaches for a new length of golden thread from the carefully organized bundle beside her loom, her attention catches on the way the light catches the metal. Not just the surface gleam, but something deeper. The thread seems to pulse with its own inner radiance, as if it remembers being part of the earth, part of the sacred veins of metal that run through stone like blood through a living body. She pauses, holding the thread up to the window where Ra's light streams in to touch the golden surface. In that moment, she sees something that stops her breath. The thread doesn't end where her fingers hold it. It continues, invisible but somehow perceptible, connecting to other threads, other weavings, other hands that have worked gold into beauty across the length and breadth of Egypt and beyond. She sees, as if her eyes have suddenly developed the ability to perceive normally invisible connections, a vast network of gleaming lines stretching in all directions. One golden thread leads to the mines in the eastern desert, where men brave scorpion-haunted darkness to bring precious metal up into sunlight. Another stretches north to Memphis, where craftsmen hammer gold into jewelry that will adorn the necks of nobles. Yet another reaches south to Nubia, where golden treasures flow along trade routes that connect Egypt to the mysterious kingdoms beyond the cataracts. And the connections don't stop with gold. As Nefret stares at the thread in her hands, Her vision expands to encompass the entire workshop. She sees invisible threads connecting her to every other weaver in the room. Thread links that pulse with shared purpose, with the quiet camaraderie of women who have worked side by side for years, who know each other's rhythms and breathing patterns, who can sense without looking when someone needs help or encouragement. The vision expands further. She sees threads connecting the workshop to the temple beyond its walls, where priests perform the daily rituals that maintain the cosmic order, where offerings of bread and beer and flowers ensure that the gods continue to smile upon Egypt. Threads that link the temple to the royal palace, where Hatshepsut governs with wisdom that balances the demands of tradition with the needs of a changing world. Threads that stretch across the Nile to the Valley of the Kings, where royal tombs are carved deep into limestone cliffs, each burial chamber a testament to the belief that individual souls are woven into patterns larger than single lifetimes can contain. Threads that reach into the future, connecting this moment to moments yet to come, when other hands will work, other looms, other eyes will see beauty in the intersection of horizontal and vertical, other hearts will understand that creation is always a collaborative act. Nefret, the voice belongs to Henet, the master weaver who oversees their workshop, an older woman whose fingers have grown knotted with arthritis, but whose eyes still catch every flaw in tension, every mistake in pattern, before it can compromise the integrity of the cloth. Are you well, child? You've been holding that thread for a long time. Nefret blinks, and the vast network of connections fades back to the edge of perception. But it doesn't disappear entirely. Once seen, it cannot be unseen. She looks around the workshop with new eyes, aware now of the invisible threads that bind all their separate work into a single great tapestry. "I'm well," she says, though her voice carries a wondering quality that wasn't there before. "I was just seeing." Henet's weathered face creases with understanding. She has been weaving for 40 years, has trained dozens of young women in the sacred art of creating beauty from the marriage of warp and weft. She knows the look that sometimes comes over a weaver's face when the work ceases to be mere technique and becomes revelation. "What did you see?" "Everything connected," Nefret whispers. "Every thread part of a pattern too large to see from where we sit." The master weaver nods slowly. "And what will you do with this seeing?" Perhaps, dear listener, you have had moments like this in your own life. Moments when the seemingly separate activities that fill your days suddenly reveal themselves as part of a larger pattern, when you glimpse the invisible threads that connect your work to the work of countless others, your struggles to the struggles of all who seek to create beauty and meaning in a world that sometimes seems chaotic and disconnected. Nefret returns to her loom, but everything has changed. As she guides the golden thread through the linen warp, she is aware of participating in something infinitely larger than the creation of a single garment. Each pass of the shuttle becomes a prayer, each intersection of horizontal and vertical threads a small affirmation that connection is possible, that beauty emerges from the willingness to interweave separate elements into unified wholes. The fabric that grows on her loom seems to pulse with life. Other weavers begin to pause in their work to watch her hands move, drawn by something they cannot name but can feel. The golden threads catch light, not just from the windows, but from some inner source, as if her growing awareness of connection has awakened the metal's memory of its origins in the heart of the earth. Days pass in this new way of working. Weeks, the ceremonial robe takes shape under her hands, but it is unlike any textile that has ever emerged from their workshop. When sunlight touches the fabric, it seems to glow from within. When oil lamps illuminate it, in the evening hours, it creates patterns of light and shadow that seem to move and breathe. Word of the extraordinary robe reaches the high priestess herself. She comes to the workshop one morning as Ra's light first touches the temple walls, accompanied by 2 junior priestesses and a scribe who records important events for the temple archives. Merit Hathor is a woman of perhaps 50 years, her head shaved in the manner of those who serve the goddess directly, her eyes holding the kind of deep calm that comes from decades of communion with divine forces. She examines the robe in silence, her hands tracing the patterns of gold and linen that seem to shift and change even as she looks at them. "This is not ordinary weaving," she says finally. Her voice carries the authority of one who speaks regularly with gods. "What technique have you used?" Nefret looks up from her loom, aware that her answer will determine whether she is praised or punished for departing from traditional methods. The truth rises in her throat like water from a spring. "I learned to see the connections, Your Holiness. I weave not just with thread, but with the understanding that every strand is linked to every other strand in patterns that extend beyond what our eyes can perceive." The high priestess considers this response for a long moment. Around them, the other weavers have stopped their work to listen, the workshop fallen into the kind of silence that holds infinite possibility. "Show me," Merit Hathor says. Under the high priestess's watchful gaze, Nefret demonstrates her new way of weaving, but this time she speaks as her hands move, sharing the vision that has transformed her work from craft into sacred practice. "When I take up the golden thread," she explains, her fingers guiding the precious metal through the linen warp, "I feel its connection to the earth where it was born, to the miners who brought it to light, to the craftsmen who prepared it for my hands. I feel its connection to the sun whose light it holds, to the goddess whose radiance it will reflect." Her shuttle moves with fluid grace, creating patterns that seem to emerge of their own accord, rather than being imposed by conscious design. "When I weave, I am not working alone. I am part of a great collaboration that includes every hand that has ever guided thread through loom, every eye that has ever seen beauty in the intersection of separate elements, every heart that has ever understood that individual threads gain meaning only through their relationships with other threads." The fabric that emerges under her hands seems to prove her words. The golden threads don't merely lie flat against the linen background, but seem to float slightly above it, creating a 3-dimensional effect that gives the cloth an almost living quality. The high priestess reaches out to touch the fabric, and her eyes widen with recognition. "This is temple magic," she breathes. "The kind of power that emerges when human skill aligns with divine purpose, when the weaver understands that she is not creating connection, but revealing connection that already exists." From that day forward, Nefret's workshop becomes a place of pilgrimage for weavers from throughout Egypt. They come to learn not just new techniques, but a new way of understanding their ancient craft. Under her guidance, they learn to perceive the invisible threads that connect all creative work to the great tapestry of existence. The robes and ceremonial fabrics that emerge from the workshop carry a quality that transforms the rituals in which they are used. Priests report that the garments seem to enhance their connection to the divine realms. Worshippers find their prayers deepened when conducted in the presence of textiles that pulse with visible reminders of cosmic interconnection. But perhaps the most profound change occurs in the weavers themselves. As they learn to see and work with the invisible connections that bind all things, they discover that their relationships with each other, with their families, with the larger community of Karnak, become richer and more harmonious. They understand, finally, that weaving was never just about creating cloth. It was always about participating in the ongoing creation of the world itself, one thread at a time, one connection at a time, one moment of conscious cooperation with the great pattern that holds all things in perfect relationship. Years later, when Nefret has become a master weaver herself, training new generations of women in the sacred art of conscious creation, she still begins each day the same way. Before taking up her shuttle, before selecting her threads, she sits in silence before her loom and opens her perception to the vast network of connections that surrounds and includes her. In that moment of seeing, she remembers what she learned in her youth, that every individual thread, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, has its perfect place in the great tapestry. That beauty emerges not from the perfection of individual elements, but from their willingness to enter into relationship with other elements. That the pattern is always larger than any single perspective can encompass, but that each thread's participation in the pattern gives meaning to the whole. And all is well. All has always been well. In the great weaving that connects all souls across time and space, where every choice you make sends golden threads of connection rippling through the fabric of existence, where the same divine pattern that guided the ancient weaver's hands moves through your life now, revealing the invisible threads that bind you to every other being in the sacred tapestry of creation, perfect in the recognition that you are neither separate nor alone, but eternally woven into the magnificent whole that holds all things in love. All is well. The Papyrus of Forgotten Dreams. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like dust motes dancing in shafts of ancient sunlight, settling gently onto shelves of forgotten wisdom, where the dreams of kings wait patiently to teach us that true rest comes only when we release our grip on the visions that seem so important to our waking minds. It is the 42nd year of Pharaoh Ramesses II's reign. The great library of Per-Ramesses, the magnificent capital city that the pharaoh has built in the delta where the Nile splits into countless channels before flowing into the Mediterranean. Here, in chambers carved from rose-colored granite and lined with cedar shelves that stretch from floor to impossibly high ceilings, the collected wisdom of 3 millennia waits in careful silence. It is the season of Shemu, harvest time, when the air outside shimmers with heat that rises from golden wheat fields, and the songs of workers gathering grain fill the long summer days with rhythmic celebration. But inside the library, cool shadows reign eternal. Khaimset moves through corridors lined with papyrus scrolls like a ghost among sleeping memories. At 35, he has spent half his life in these chambers, cataloging texts that range from medical treatises written in the time of Imhotep to astronomical calculations that map the movements of stars across centuries yet to come. His sandals whisper against polished granite floors. The linen of his scribal kilt rustles softly as he navigates between towering shelves that hold the dreams and discoveries of countless generations. The air carries scents that have become as familiar as his own breathing. The sweet smell of cedar oil, used to preserve papyrus, the faint mineral tang of ink mixed with water from the sacred lake, the dry dust that accumulates despite daily cleaning, as if the very age of the texts creates its own atmosphere. This morning, he works in the deepest section of the library, the restricted archives where the most ancient and powerful texts are kept under lock and key, available only to the highest-ranking priests and scholars, scrolls that contain the true names of gods, medical papyri that record procedures for communicating with the dead, astronomical texts that predict the rise and fall of dynasties based on the movements of celestial bodies. And today, something that shouldn't exist, tucked behind a collection of pyramid texts from the Old Kingdom, hidden so thoroughly that only the most systematic search could have revealed it, Khaimset discovers a scroll case he has never seen before. The case itself is unremarkable, simple reed construction, the kind used for everyday documents rather than precious texts, but it bears a seal that makes his breath catch in his throat. The cartouche of Pharaoh Khufu, builder of the Great Pyramid, ruler of Egypt, more than 1,000 years before Ramesses came to power, a king whose name is whispered in the same breath as the gods themselves, whose monuments will endure until the end of time.
Khaemyset's hands tremble slightly as he breaks the ancient seal. The papyrus inside is old beyond measure, the reed fibers brown with age but still intact, still legible. The hieroglyphs that cover the surface are written in a style he recognizes from the Pyramid Age, formal, precise, carrying the weight of divine authority. But the content makes him sit down heavily on the stone bench that runs along the wall. The dreams of the god king Khufu, 4th dynasty, recorded by the royal dream scribe Hemunu in the 31st year of His Majesty's reign. What follows is unlike anything in the library's vast collection. Not the usual royal inscriptions celebrating military victories or construction projects, not religious texts praising the pharaoh's divine nature. Instead, page after page of dreams recorded with startling intimacy and honesty, the private nighttime journeys of a god king who ruled over millions but who faced the same mysteries that visit all sleeping minds. Khaemyset reads with growing amazement. His Majesty dreamed that he stood atop the Great Pyramid, which his workers had completed that very day, but when he looked down, the structure crumbled to sand beneath his feet, and he fell through endless space, while the voices of future generations called his name in languages he could not understand. The god king dreamed of his father Sneferu, who appeared as a child playing with toy boats on the Nile, warning His Majesty that all the monuments of pharaohs become playthings for those who come after, and that only the spirit that builds remains eternal. In the 7th hour of night, His Majesty saw himself as an old man, stripped of crown and regalia, sitting by the river with common fishermen, who spoke of catching fish while he spoke of catching eternity, and in the dream he understood that both pursuits were equally mysterious and equally futile. Page after page of visions that reveal the great pharaoh, not as the semi-divine ruler of official inscriptions, but as a man wrestling with the same questions that have haunted human consciousness since the first person looked up at the stars and wondered about their place in the vast scheme of existence. Dreams of flying that ended in grateful landing. Dreams of being chased by shadows that turned out to be reflections of his own fears. Dreams of loved ones long dead who offered comfort that dissolved upon waking. Dreams of ruling forever that transformed into dreams of blessed release from the burden of kingship. But it is the final entry that stops Khaemyset's breath entirely. In the last year of his life, His Majesty's dreams grew simple and quiet. No more visions of eternal glory or divine power. Instead, he dreamed each night of returning to the earth from which all things arise and to which all things return. He saw his body becoming dust that would nourish grain, that would feed children not yet born. He saw his name carved in stone, weathering away until future generations would puzzle over its meaning. And in these dreams of dissolution, he found a peace that all his earthly achievements had never provided. The royal dream scribe records that His Majesty called these his forgotten dreams, visions that taught him the wisdom of releasing attachment to the very accomplishments that defined his reign. In learning to let go of his dreams of immortal fame, the God King discovered a kind of immortality that needs no monuments, no inscriptions, no memory to sustain it. Khaemyset sits in the cool silence of the library, the ancient papyrus resting on his knees like a living thing. Outside, the sounds of Pura-Messes continue, the calls of merchants in the marketplace, the laughter of children playing by the canal, the rhythmic chanting of priests performing the afternoon rituals that maintain the cosmic order. But here, in this chamber of accumulated wisdom, time seems suspended. He thinks of his own dreams, the visions that visit him in the quiet hours before dawn, dreams of discovering texts that will revolutionize human understanding, dreams of being remembered as the greatest librarian in Egypt's history, dreams of unlocking secrets that will grant him a kind of scholarly immortality. Perhaps, dear listener, you recognize something familiar in the dreams of that ancient pharaoh, in the longings of the librarian who discovered his secret scroll. Perhaps you too have dreams of lasting impact, of being remembered, of creating something that will outlast your brief time on this earth. Perhaps you have felt the weight of ambitions that seem so crucial to your identity, so essential to your sense of meaning and purpose. How strange to discover that even Khufu, builder of the most enduring monument ever created by human hands, learned in the end to find peace in letting go of dreams of permanence. Set reads the scroll again and again. Each time, new layers of meaning reveal themselves. He begins to understand that this text was hidden not because it contained dangerous secrets, but because it contained a truth too radical for most minds to accept, that the very dreams that drive us to our greatest achievements may also be the chains that bind us to endless cycles of striving and disappointment. As the days pass, he finds himself returning to the scroll repeatedly, not to study it as a scholar cataloging ancient wisdom, but to absorb its message as a man facing his own mortality, his own attachment to dreams that may ultimately prove as ephemeral as morning mist over the Nile. Slowly, something begins to shift in his relationship with his work. He still catalogs texts with the same meticulous care, still preserves ancient wisdom with reverence and dedication, but the desperate edge of ambition, the need to be recognized and remembered, begins to soften like wax near flame. He discovers that when he releases his grip on dreams of scholarly immortality, his love for the texts themselves deepens. When he stops trying to make his mark on history, he becomes more present to the actual moment-by-moment experience of handling papyrus that carries the thoughts of minds long turned to dust, of reading words that bridge the vast gulf between ancient and modern consciousness. One evening, as Ra's light fades from the high windows and oil lamps begin to flicker in their wall niches, Set makes a decision that would have seemed impossible months earlier. He carefully rolls up the papyrus of forgotten dreams and places it back in its simple reed case, but instead of returning it to its hiding place behind the pyramid texts, he carries it to the section of the library reserved for texts available to any sincere seeker of wisdom. There, on a shelf accessible to scholars and priests and anyone else who might benefit from its teaching, he places the scroll that records a god-king's discovery that true immortality comes not from preserving our dreams, but from releasing them. He writes no catalog entry, creates no scholarly commentary, seeks no credit for the discovery. The papyrus sits quietly among other texts, waiting for the next person who needs to learn what Khufu learned in his final years, that the peace we seek through achieving our grandest visions actually lies in surrendering our attachment to those very visions. Months later, a young priest finds the scroll and brings it to his temple, where it transforms the way the religious community understands the relationship between ambition and spiritual fulfillment. A visiting scholar from Memphis discovers it and carries its wisdom back to her own library, where it influences a new generation of thinkers wrestling with questions of meaning and mortality. But Set knows nothing of these developments. He has learned from the forgotten dreams of a forgotten king that the most profound impacts often happen without our knowledge, that the deepest service emerges when we stop trying to control our legacy and simply offer what we have to give with no attachment to the results. In the years that follow, those who work with him notice changes. His cataloging becomes even more precise, but somehow less anxious. His preservation of texts becomes more reverent, but less desperate. He seems to move through the library with a quality of presence that wasn't there before, as if he has learned to be fully where he is, rather than constantly reaching towards some imagined future recognition. And sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, when he sits among the ancient scrolls in meditation, Kayamaset dreams his own forgotten dreams, visions of release and dissolution, of returning to the vast silence from which all words emerge and to which they eventually return. Dreams that teach him what the great pharaoh learned 3 millennia ago, that the ultimate achievement is not to be remembered forever, but to be so fully present in each moment that the question of being remembered becomes irrelevant. And all is well, all has always been well, in the sacred forgetting that remembers what truly matters, where even the dreams of kings dissolve into the eternal rest that needs no monuments to sustain it, where the same peace that came to the builder of pyramids flows through you now whenever you release your grip on the need to be remembered, and remembered in a particular way, perfect in the understanding that your deepest impact ripples through dimensions beyond the reach of memory, held safe in the love that requires no recognition to remain forever present and forever whole. All is well. The cat of Bastet's gift. Drift along, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the soft padding of sacred paws moving through temple corridors, teaching us that the divine often approaches on silent feet, wrapped in the most ordinary moments we might otherwise overlook. It is the 7th year of Pharaoh Psamtik I's reign, the great temple of Bastet at Bubastis, where the goddess of cats and joy presides over festivals that draw pilgrims from every corner of Egypt and beyond. Built on an island in the midst of the ancient city, connected to the mainland by causeways lined with sacred sycamores, whose roots drink from waters that have flowed here since the first pharaoh united the two lands. It is the month of Paofi, late summer, when the Nile's flood has begun to recede and the rich mud left behind steams gently under Ra's burning eye. The air shimmers with heat that rises from stones worn smooth by countless generations of bare feet, from walls painted with scenes of the lioness goddess in her gentler aspect as protector of homes and bringer of joy. Here, in courtyards where hundreds of sacred cats move like living shadows between columns carved with their images, the sound of purring mingles with the chanting of priests and the distant laughter of children playing by the canal. Katie sits alone in the small chamber that serves as his private meditation space, but meditation eludes him like water poured onto sand. At 28, he has served Bastet faithfully for 6 years, performing the daily rituals that honor the goddess, tending the sacred cats with the reverence due to living representations of divine power, leading prayers and festivals with precision that has earned him respect among both fellow priests and the pilgrims who flock to Bubastis, seeking the goddess's blessings. But for months now, a hollowness has grown in his chest, like a physical ache. The rituals that once filled him with reverence feel mechanical. The hymns of praise stick in his throat like dust. When he raises the sistrum during morning prayers, its silver bells sound flat and lifeless in his ears. The very presence of the goddess that once seemed as real as sunlight on his skin has withdrawn, leaving him performing empty gestures in empty space. He has fasted. He has spent nights in vigil. He has consulted the dream interpreters and studied the sacred texts until his eyes burned from lamp smoke and his head ached from the effort of seeking understanding. Through analysis, nothing helps. The divine presence that had called him to service, that had filled his youth with purpose and joy, seems to have abandoned him as suddenly and mysteriously as it once arrived. He feels like a man going through the motions of life, while some essential part of him has simply stopped breathing. Through the small window of his chamber, he can see the temple's main courtyard, where hundreds of cats pursue their own mysterious purposes. Black cats and golden cats, striped cats and solid-colored cats, sleek young hunters and dignified elders who spend their days basking in patches of sunlight, that move across the warm stones like slow blessings. They all seem more connected to the divine than he feels. A soft sound at his door interrupts his brooding. Not a knock. The cats who live in the temple don't knock, but a gentle scratching, barely audible above the ambient sounds of temple life. He opens the door to find Mao. Every temple has its cats, but Mao is different, not larger than the others, not marked with any unusual coloring that would distinguish her in a crowd. She is simply a small brown tabby with green eyes and white paws, unremarkable in every way except for the quality of attention she brings to whatever she encounters. While other cats might ignore humans unless food is involved, Mao seems genuinely interested in people. She has a habit of appearing wherever she is most needed, sitting with sick pilgrims in the healing chambers, purring beside worried parents who have brought children for blessing, somehow knowing to avoid those who dislike cats while gravitating toward those who need comfort. Now she sits in his doorway, regarding him with those calm green eyes that seem to see more than cats should see. "What do you want?" he asks, his voice carrying more irritation than he intends. Even the cats, it seems, are judging his lack of spiritual connection. Mao doesn't respond to his tone. She simply walks into his chamber as if she has been invited, settles herself on the reed mat where he has been failing to meditate, and begins to groom her left paw with careful attention. Kedi watches her, expecting her to leave. Once she realizes there is no food or obvious entertainment in his sparse quarters, but she continues her grooming with deliberate precision, licking each toe pad, cleaning between each claw, the kind of focused attention that monks spend years trying to achieve in their spiritual practices. Something about the complete absorption in her simple task draws his own attention away from his spiritual struggles. He finds himself watching the way she moves through her grooming routine. Nothing hurried, nothing forced, each motion flowing naturally into the next with a kind of presence that has nothing to do with effort and everything to do with complete engagement with what is actually happening in this moment. When she finishes with her left paw, she moves to her right paw. Same careful attention, same unhurried precision, as if grooming is not something she has to do to get to something more important, but something worth doing for its own sake. Then she looks directly at him. Not the casual glance cats usually give humans, but sustained eye contact that seems to carry a question. What are you doing right now? Not what you think you should be doing, not what you're worried about not doing, but what are you actually doing in this specific moment? And Kedi realizes that what he is actually doing is sitting on a mat in a small chamber, watching a cat groom herself, breathing air that carries the scent of incense from the main temple mixed with the warmer smell of sun-heated stone. That's all. No cosmic significance, no spiritual achievement, no divine revelation. Just a man and a cat sharing space in the most ordinary way imaginable. But something in this ordinariness feels more present, more real than all his recent efforts to manufacture spiritual experience. Mao finishes her grooming and settles into a compact loaf position, tucking her paws beneath her body and closing her eyes, not sleeping, exactly, but resting in a state of relaxed alertness that cats have perfected over millennia of evolution. Kedi finds himself mirroring her posture without conscious decision, settling more comfortably on his mat, allowing his breathing to slow and deepen, not trying to meditate or achieve any particular state, just being present with whatever is actually happening. Minutes pass, maybe hours. Time becomes irrelevant when measured only by the gentle rhythm of shared breathing, the distant sounds of temple life continuing around them, the gradual shift of shadows as Ra moves across the sky,
And in this simple presence, something extraordinary happens.
Not a dramatic spiritual experience, not a vision of the goddess appearing in glory and light, just a quiet recognition that the divine presence he has been seeking desperately is already here, has always been here, woven into the fabric of the most ordinary moments. Perhaps, dear listener, you know this searching that consumed the troubled priest. Perhaps you too have felt the absence of something essential that once filled your life with meaning, have tried to recapture through effort and striving what seemed to have vanished without explanation. Perhaps you have looked for the sacred in dramatic experiences while missing its quiet presence in the simple fact of breathing, of being aware, of sharing space with other living beings who ask nothing from you except the gift of attention. The awareness that settles over Kitty has nothing to do with his theological training or his knowledge of ritual. It arises from the same source that guides Mao's attention to her grooming, the same intelligence that knows when to rest and when to be alert, when to engage and when to simply be present without agenda. He understands, suddenly and completely, that he has been trying to grasp something that can only be received, seeking something that is only found when the seeking stops, attempting to manufacture, through spiritual effort, what is freely available in every moment of genuine presence. The goddess hasn't abandoned him. He has been looking past her, through her, around her, seeking some dramatic confirmation of her presence, while missing the continuous gift of her being available in the weight of a cat settling onto his mat, in the rhythm of his own heartbeat, in the simple miracle of awareness, aware of itself. Days pass differently after that afternoon with Mao. Keti still performs his ritual duties, still leads prayers and tends the sacred cats, still serves pilgrims who come seeking blessings, but everything carries a different quality. The morning offerings become opportunities to practice presence rather than obligations to complete. The sound of sistrums during prayers becomes music to dance with rather than noise to endure. The cats he tends become teachers in the art of living fully in each moment rather than creatures to care for while thinking about something else. Other priests begin to notice changes in him, not dramatic transformation, but a quality of attention that wasn't there before, a way of listening that makes people feel genuinely heard, a kind of presence that creates space for others to relax into their own natural connection with the divine. Pilgrims start requesting him specifically for blessings and guidance, not because he has become more knowledgeable or more skilled in ritual, but because something in his presence helps them recognize what they already carry within themselves. Mao continues to visit his chamber regularly, though never on a predictable schedule. She appears when she appears, offers the gift of her presence for as long as it serves, then moves on to whatever calls her attention next, a perfect teacher in the art of being fully present without attachment to outcomes. Through her example, Katie learns to offer his own presence the same way, available when called upon, fully engaged while engaged, naturally releasing when the moment for connection has passed. No grasping after spiritual experiences, no pushing away, ordinary moments in search of something more significant. Years pass. Keti becomes known throughout the temple as a priest who embodies Bastet's gift of finding joy and divine presence in the simple moments of daily existence. Students come to learn from him, expecting complex teachings about ritual and theology, but discovering instead the radical simplicity of paying attention to what is actually happening right now. The goddess's presence that had seemed so absent during his crisis never actually left. It simply refused to be found through seeking and only revealed itself through the kind of relaxed attention that allows each moment to be complete in itself. And Ma, the small brown tabby with white paws, who taught a priest that the sacred comes wrapped in the most ordinary packages, continues her rounds through the temple, offering comfort where it's needed, demonstrating presence where it's forgotten, teaching anyone willing to learn that divine love often approaches on silent pause, asking only for the kind of attention that recognizes every moment as a gift worth receiving completely. And all is well. All has always been well.
in the simple presence that needs no announcement, where the divine love you seek is already purring quietly in the corner of your awareness, wrapped in the most ordinary moments of breathing and being, where the same sacred attention that flowed through a small temple cat flows through your life now, available in every instant when you stop looking past what is actually here and allow yourself to receive the continuous gift of presence that asks only to be noticed, only to be welcomed, only to be loved exactly as it appears. All is well. The night boat of Ra's whispers, relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the gentle rocking of Ra's sacred bark as it journeys through the darkness beneath the world, teaching us that what we call night is not the absence of light, but the sacred womb where tomorrow's dawn is quietly being born. The 11th year of Pharaoh Seti I's reign, the Valley of the Kings, where royal tombs burrow deep into limestone cliffs that glow like honey in the dying light of Ra's daily journey across the Egyptian sky. Here, in chambers carved from living rock and painted with scenes of the sun god's nightly voyage through the Doat, the realm of the dead, master painters and scribes work by flickering oil lamp to ensure that pharaohs will have maps for their own journey through the darkness that awaits all mortals. It is the season of Perit, the time of emergence, when seeds planted in the rich mud left by the Nile's flood begin to push green shoots toward the light. But in the royal tomb where Usermatra toils, it is always night. At 31, he has spent 8 years painting scenes from the Amduet, the sacred text that describes Ra's 12-hour journey through the underworld from sunset to sunrise. His brush has traced the outline of the sun god's boat countless times, filled in the colors of the crew who accompany Ra through realms where serpents larger than temples guard gates that open only to those who know the secret names of darkness. The air in the tomb carries the mineral smell of limestone dust mixed with the acrid scent of burning oil, the sweet aroma of pigments ground from precious stones and mixed with tree resins that arrived on ships from the mysterious lands beyond the southern cataracts. Each breath he takes tastes of eternity, of spaces carved to last forever, of images painted to guide souls through mysteries no living person has witnessed. Tonight, exhausted from hours of delicate work, painting the scarab beetle that pushes the sun through the 6th hour of night, Usermatra finally sets down his brush and allows his aching back to rest against the cool stone wall. Around him, scenes of Ra's journey pulse with life and the dancing shadows cast by his oil lamp. The sun god's boat sailing through waters black as obsidian. Divine crew members whose names read like whispered prayers. He who sees in the dark, she who parts the waters, the one who remembers tomorrow. Creatures of the underworld who bow in reverence as Ra passes, their darkness not opposing his light, but serving it, providing the very resistance that allows light to know itself as light. As Usermatra's eyes grow heavy, the painted walls seem to shimmer and move. The boat he has been painting with such careful attention appears to rock gently on waters that reflect no earthly flame, and in the space between waking and sleeping, between conscious craft and unconscious wisdom, something extraordinary happens. He finds himself standing on the deck of Ra's night boat, not as a vision exactly, not as a dream in the usual sense, but as direct participation in the mystery he has been painting from the outside for so many years. The boat beneath his feet feels solid as wood hewn from the sacred-ish tree, yet it glows with inner light that has nothing to do with fire or flame. Around him, the divine crew continues the eternal work of navigating through darkness, but they move with a quality of attention he had never captured in his paintings, a presence that combines absolute focus with profound ease, as if they understand that their work is essential yet somehow already complete. The waters through which they sail are not the empty blackness he had imagined. they pulse with life, invisible to ordinary sight, currents of potential that carry the seeds of everything that will emerge into light when dawn comes. He realizes that night is not the sun's absence, but its transformation, not death, but gestation, not ending, but the mysterious process through which endings become beginnings. Rao himself stands at the prow of the boat, but not as Usermatra has always painted him. No golden radiance, no solar disk crowned with the Uraeus serpent. Instead, the god appears as pure awareness, a quality of presence so complete it needs no visible form to contain it. "You have painted my journey for years," Ra speaks, though his voice comes from everywhere at once, from the wooden planks beneath their feet, and the star-pricked darkness above, and the waters that part before their passage. "But you have painted it as one who watches from outside. Tonight you journey with understanding from within." The boat moves through realms. Usermatra recognizes from the sacred texts but has never truly comprehended. The Hall of Two Truths, where hearts are weighed not by divine judgment, but by the accumulated weight of how fully each soul has learned to love. The Lake of Fire, which burns not to punish but to purify, stripping away everything false to reveal the indestructible essence that lies beneath all temporary identities. And through each realm, the same teaching emerges. Darkness is not light's enemy, but its partner in the eternal dance of manifestation. Without the resistance of night, day would have no meaning. Without the mystery of the unseen, revelation would lose its power to transform. Without death, birth would be merely repetition rather than miracle. Perhaps, dear listener, you have known your own night journeys. Perhaps there have been times in your life when everything familiar seemed to disappear, when you found yourself navigating through darkness with no map except trust, when what felt like ending turned out to be the hidden beginning of something you could never have imagined while standing in the light of what came before. Hours pass, or perhaps eons. Time moves differently in the Duat, measured not by the movement of celestial bodies, but by the gradual transformation that occurs when consciousness learns to navigate by inner rather than outer light. As they approach the eastern horizon, where dawn waits to be born, Ra turns to Usermatra with eyes that hold all the compassion that flows through the heart of existence. "What have you learned in tonight's journey?" The answer rises from depths Usermatra didn't know he contained, spoken in his own voice, yet carrying wisdom that feels older than his individual lifetime. "That darkness is not the absence of your light, but its secret workshop, that what we call obstacles are actually the raw materials you use to create miracles, that every ending contains all the information needed for a new beginning if we learn to read the script written in apparent emptiness." Ra smiles, and in that smile, Usermatra sees the first hint of dawn breaking over the eastern cliffs of the Valley of the Kings, painting the limestone walls with rose and gold, calling him back to the painted tomb where his body still sits against the cool stone. But he returns transformed. When he picks up his brush to continue his work, everything has changed. The scenes from the Amduat that once felt like religious assignments now pulse with lived understanding. His paintings begin to carry a quality that other artists notice but cannot explain, as if he has learned to paint not just the forms described in the sacred texts, but the living reality those forms represent. Visitors to the tomb speak of feeling strangely comforted by the images of Ra's night journey, as if the paintings help them understand that their own dark times are not punishments, but sacred transformations. Fellow artists ask him to teach them his techniques, but discover that what they're seeing in his work can't be taught as technique, it can only be lived as understanding. Years pass. Usermatra completes the tomb paintings that will guide Seti through his own journey in the Duat, but he also begins creating images that speak to the living about their daily passages through smaller darknesses, paintings that help people understand that confusion is the beginning of clarity, that loss is the raw material from which new forms of love are born, that every night of the soul carries within it the seeds of a dawn that will be unlike any dawn that came before.
The night boat of Ra continues its eternal journey, carrying light through darkness, carrying endings toward beginnings, carrying all who learn to trust the process through the mysterious territories where transformation happens, in the spaces between breaths, in the pause between heartbeats, in the sacred darkness where everything gestates before emerging into the light of conscious recognition. And in a painted tomb in the Valley of the Kings, images created by hands that learn to work from deep understanding continue to whisper their teaching to all who have eyes to see, that darkness is not the enemy of light, but its most intimate collaborator, not the place where hope dies, but the womb where new possibilities are conceived and nurtured until they're ready to be born into the brilliant ordinariness of each new day. And all is well, all has always been well, in the sacred darkness that holds all light within its depths, where every night journey you have taken or will take carries you deeper into the mystery of who you really are beneath all the temporary forms that rise and fall like waves on the ocean of being, where the same eternal dawn that emerges from Ra's nightly passage through the underworld emerges through your own willingness to trust the process of transformation, perfect in the understanding that what appears as ending is always, always the secret beginning of something more beautiful than your daylight mind could ever imagine. All is well. The Astronomer's star map.
Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like starlight traveling across impossible distances to reach your eyes, teaching us that the same celestial patterns that guide ships across dark waters can guide the soul to the peaceful shores that exist within the geography of your own being.
It is the 38th year of Pharaoh Amenhotep II's reign, the temple observatory of Thoth at Hermopolis, where the ibis-headed god of wisdom presides over scribes and scholars who map the movements of celestial bodies with precision that will guide Egyptian civilization for millennia to come. Built atop the highest hill in the ancient city, where the curve of the Nile creates a natural harbor for boats carrying papyrus and precious minerals from the south, the observatory's flat roof provides an unobstructed view of the Star River that flows overhead each night. It is the season of Shemu, late spring, when the flood season lies months ahead and the night sky appears at its clearest, unmarked by the dust that rising waters will later carry on. Here, where bronze instruments gleam in starlight and measurement tables carved from granite record the precise positions of planets as they dance their eternal patterns across the dome of night, the accumulated astronomical wisdom of 40 centuries waits in careful silence. Khayyam Waset climbs the narrow stone steps to the observatory roof as he has every clear night for 37 years. At 64, his back aches from decades of bending over star charts, his eyes strain to read the fine calibrations on instruments that once seemed as familiar as his own hands, and his mind sometimes rebels against the endless calculations required to predict the movements of celestial bodies with the accuracy demanded by royal astronomers and temple architects who need to orient their sacred buildings according to stellar alignments. But still he climbs. Tonight, as on countless nights before, he spreads his reed mat on the stone roof and arranges his instruments with the precision of ritual. The armillary sphere, whose bronze rings map the celestial equator and ecliptic, the merket, the forked sighting tool used to track the passage of specific stars across the meridian, the water clock that divides the night into precise hours for recording observations. Above him, the familiar constellations wheel through their appointed courses. The Great Bear, which the Greeks call Ursa Major, whose bright stars never set below the northern horizon and thus serve as reliable guides for navigation. Orion, which the Egyptians know as Sahu, the celestial form of Osiris, whose rising announces the beginning of the flood season. The Deccan stars, 36 groups of 10 that divide the night sky into precise segments, each group rising heliacally at predictable intervals throughout the year. He has mapped their movements so thoroughly that he can predict their positions months in advance, can calculate the exact moment when Sirius will rise before dawn to herald the Nile's flood, can determine the precise alignment needed for temple doorways to frame the appearance of specific stars on sacred festivals.
But tonight, as he adjusts his Merkut to track the passage of stars through the meridian, something feels different. Perhaps it's the quality of stillness that seems deeper than usual. Perhaps it's the way the night air carries the scent of night-blooming jasmine from the temple gardens mixed with the mineral smell of limestone dust that always rises from construction sites where new buildings honor the gods. Perhaps it's simply the accumulated weight of all those years spent in communion with celestial patterns that follow laws older than human civilization.
Whatever the cause, as Kamwaset looks up at the star field he has studied for nearly 4 decades, he sees something he has never seen before. The constellations are not just random patterns imposed by human imagination on the random distribution of distant suns. They are a map, but not a map of external territories that ships might sail toward or armies might conquer. They are a map of internal landscapes, a star chart for navigating the geography of consciousness itself. The Great Bear, circling endlessly around the celestial pole, shows him the way consciousness can find its center, the still point around which all experience revolves without being disturbed by the movement. The 7 bright stars that form the asterism are not just markers for navigation on Earth's oceans, but signposts pointing toward the deeper stability that remains constant even as thoughts and emotions and circumstances wheel through their cycles of change. Orion rising in the east maps the geography of spiritual rebirth, the way awareness can die to old identities and be reborn into recognition of what was always already present. The 3 stars of Orion's belt, which Egyptian tradition calls the 3 kings, point toward the territory where past, present, and future dissolve into the eternal now that exists in the space between heartbeats. The Deccan stars, which he has always used to divide time into measurable segments, reveal themselves as markers on the path inward, each group of 10 corresponding to layers of consciousness that can be explored with the same precision he has applied to mapping their celestial positions. And suddenly, all his years of astronomical observation take on new meaning. Every night, spent tracking stellar movements, has been training in the kind of attention required for inner exploration. Every hour, spent calculating planetary positions, has been developing the precision needed to navigate the subtle territories of the heart and mind. Every careful measurement, recorded on his granite tables, has been preparation for mapping the landscape of peace that exists within the familiar boundaries of his own being. Perhaps, dear listener, you have spent years developing expertise in some external field, mastering knowledge that seemed purely practical or intellectual, only to discover that your training was actually preparing you for a different kind of exploration altogether. Perhaps the skills you've cultivated for navigating the outer world contain hidden teachings about navigating the inner territories where lasting peace and understanding actually reside. The recognition that flows through Kamwaset has nothing to do with abandoning his astronomical work and everything to do with understanding its deeper purpose. He continues his observations with the same precision, continues his calculations with the same care, but now each night's work becomes a form of meditation, each stellar measurement a practice in the kind of attention that can map the geography of inner space. Weeks pass in this new way of seeing. His recorded observations maintain their legendary accuracy, but now they serve a double purpose. The tablets on which he records the positions of planets become meditation texts, each column of numbers a reminder that the same laws governing celestial motion operate within consciousness itself.
The water clocks that divide night into measurable hours teach him about the different qualities of inner time, the contracted time of anxiety, the expanded time of deep absorption, the timeless time of pure presence that exists in the gaps between thoughts.
The armillary sphere, with its nested bronze rings, becomes a three-dimensional mandala, each ring representing a different layer of awareness that can be explored with systematic attention, each intersection marking territories where different qualities of consciousness meet and blend.
Other astronomers begin to notice changes in his approach to their shared work, not changes in accuracy or methodology, but a quality of presence that transforms even routine observations into something approaching reverence. Students who come to learn star mapping discover they are also receiving instruction in a kind of navigation they hadn't known they needed. Word spreads through the temple community that the master astronomer has discovered something new in his decades of star study. Though no one can quite articulate what has changed, priests from other temples begin requesting consultations, not just for architectural alignments and festival calculations, but for guidance in applying astronomical principles to the cultivation of inner stability. Years pass. Bastet becomes known throughout Egypt as the astronomer who learned to read the stars from the inside, who discovered that the celestial patterns visible to earthbound eyes are reflections of patterns that exist within consciousness itself. The techniques he develops for using astronomical observation as meditation practice spread to observatories throughout the kingdom. But the most profound transformation occurs in his own daily experience of being human under the vast Egyptian sky. Whether he is tracking the heliacal rising of Sirius or simply walking through Hermopolis at dawn, he carries with him the understanding that the same intelligence that guides planets in their orbits operates within his own awareness, creating patterns of peace and clarity that can be mapped with the same precision applied to celestial motion. The stars that wheel overhead each night are no longer distant objects to be measured and predicted. They are intimate companions in the exploration of what it means to be conscious, what it means to find orientation in the vast space of awareness, what it means to navigate by the inner light that shines with the same constancy as the pole star around which all other celestial bodies appear to revolve. And on clear nights, when he climbs the observatory steps with instruments that have become as familiar as prayer beads, Bastet sometimes pauses before beginning his observations to simply stand in gratitude for the recognition that transformed his understanding of both astronomy and himself, that the peace he had been seeking in the predictability of celestial patterns was always already present in the awareness that could perceive those patterns, always already shining in the consciousness that could track their movements across the infinite darkness of night. And all is well. All has always been well. In the vast inner sky, where the constellations of your own deepest peace have always been visible to the eye that knows how to look, where the same stellar wisdom that guided ancient navigators across dark waters guides you now toward the recognition that what you seek among the stars already shines in the space of your own being, perfect and eternal, and as reliable as the pole star around which all seeking eventually discovers. It has always been revolving, finding at last the center that was never lost, the home that requires no journey because it exists wherever awareness recognizes itself.
All is well. The Sphinx's riddle of sleep. Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like the eternal desert wind that has carved the face of the great Sphinx from living rock, teaching us that the deepest riddles are not solved by the waking mind, but dissolved in the surrender that comes when consciousness learns to rest in the mystery it can never fully grasp. The 54th year of Pharaoh Khufu's reign, the Giza Plateau, where the Great Pyramid rises like a man-made mountain, from desert sands that stretch unbroken to the horizon, where the massive limestone body of the great Sphinx crouches in eternal vigilance, her human face gazing eastward toward the place where Ra is reborn each dawn. Here, where the boundary between the fertile Nile Valley and the endless Sahara creates a liminal space between the world of the living and the realm of eternal silence, pilgrims come seeking answers to questions that have no solutions, only deeper mysteries. It is the season of Shemu, late in the flood year, when the desert wind carries whispers of sand across monuments built to outlast time itself. The young prince Khafre walks alone across the plateau as the sun reaches its zenith, casting the Sphinx's shadow into a precise line pointing toward the sacred precinct where his father's pyramid dominates the sky. At 19, he carries the weight of succession, the knowledge that one day he will rule over the two lands with wisdom inherited from a lineage of god-kings who have maintained cosmic order since the first pharaoh united Egypt under a single crown. But today, doubt gnaws at his certainty, like termites in cedar wood. The responsibilities of kingship loom before him like an impossible riddle. How can any mortal mind comprehend the complexities of governing millions of souls, of maintaining the delicate balance between earth and heaven that keeps the Nile flowing and the sun rising? How can human wisdom prove adequate to decisions that affect not just the immediate welfare of his people, but their eternal journey through the afterlife? The heat shimmers up from sand and limestone, creating mirages that make distant objects appear to float above the desert floor. But the Sphinx remains solid, immovable, her weathered features bearing the accumulated patience of centuries. Khafre approaches the great monument as countless others have before him, drawn by legends that speak of the Sphinx as guardian of mysteries too profound for ordinary consciousness to penetrate. Some say she poses riddles to test the worthiness of those who would rule. Others claim she speaks only to those whose hearts have been purified by years of spiritual practice. As he draws near, the massive paws that stretch out from her lion's body, the prince notices something that stops him in the blazing afternoon heat. A small shelter has been built against the Sphinx's right paw, little more than a lean-to of wooden poles and woven reed mats that provides barely enough shade for a single person to rest. Within this meager shelter, an old man sits in meditation, his breathing so quiet and regular that at first Khafre thinks he might be dead. But as the prince's footsteps whisper across the sand, the old man opens eyes that seem to hold depths as vast as the desert itself. "You seek answers from the guardian," the old man says, his voice carrying the dry rustle of papyrus scrolls. It is not a question, but an observation spoken with the certainty of one who has watched many pilgrims approach the Sphinx with the same expression of desperate seeking. "I seek wisdom for ruling," Khafre replies, settling cross-legged in the shade beside this unexpected hermit. "The burdens of kingship require understanding that I fear exceeds my mortal capacity." The old man nods slowly, unsurprised. "And you believe the Sphinx will provide this understanding through riddles that test your intellectual ability? Is that not why pilgrims come here? To prove their worthiness through solving the mysteries she poses?" A smile creases the hermit's weathered face. "I have sat in this spot for 12 years, young prince. I have watched hundreds approach the Sphinx, seeking riddles to solve, tests to pass, mysteries to unravel through the force of mental effort. But the guardian's greatest riddle is not posed to those who are awake." Khafre frowns, not understanding. Then to whom? To those who learn to sleep in her presence, to those who discover that some questions can only be answered by the consciousness that emerges when the seeking mind finally rests. The afternoon heat presses down like a weight, making even thought feel laborious. The prince finds his eyelids growing heavy, despite his urgent need for guidance. Around them, the vast silence of the desert creates a quality of stillness so complete It seems to have physical presence. "Sleep here?" Khafre asks, gesturing toward the exposed platform between the Sphinx's paws, where sand has drifted into smooth curves, sculpted by wind. "Sleep anywhere," the hermit replies, "but sleep without fear, sleep without agenda, sleep with the trust that what you need to know will be given when the mind that thinks it needs to know finally surrenders its grip on the problem." Perhaps, dear listener, you recognize this dilemma that faced the young prince. Perhaps you too have encountered challenges that seem to exceed your capacity for conscious solution, problems that resist all attempts to think your way through them, questions that grow more complex the harder your waking mind works to find answers. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, painting the limestone monuments in shades of gold and amber, Khafre finds himself settling more comfortably in the shadow of the great guardian, not because he has decided to follow the hermit's strange advice, but because the heat and stillness and accumulated weight of seeking seem to be making the decision for him. His breathing slows and deepens. The urgent questions that drove him across the desert begin to feel less pressing, not because they have been answered, but because the consciousness that was asking them has begun to dissolve into something larger and more peaceful. And in that space between waking and sleeping, between seeking and surrendering, the Sphinx poses her riddle. Not in words that the conscious mind could record and analyze, but in direct transmission from the vast intelligence that has watched over this sacred ground since before human civilization learned to carve stone into monuments that would outlast empires. The riddle comes as recognition rather than question. What rules without grasping? What governs without forcing? What maintains order without anxiety? What guides without knowing the destination? And the answer emerges from the same deep source as the riddle, the awareness that exists prior to all problems and solutions, the consciousness that witnesses the rise and fall of kingdoms without being disturbed by their impermanence, the peace that flows through all complexity without being complicated by it. In his sleep, beside the Sphinx, Khafre experiences directly what no amount of study or preparation could have taught him. He feels what it is like to be governed by this deeper intelligence, to be held by a wisdom that operates without the constant anxiety of the personal mind, to rest in the trust that solutions emerge naturally when the consciousness seeking them aligns with the larger pattern that coordinates all things without effort. Hours pass, or perhaps days. Time moves differently in the presence of the eternal, measured not by the passage of celestial bodies, but by the gradual dissolution of everything that seemed so urgent from the perspective of the separate self, seeking answers to problems it had created through its own sense of separation. When Khafre awakens, the hermit is gone, but carved lightly in the sand beside him, perhaps by wind, or perhaps by an old man's finger, are words that seem to glow in the dawn light, filtering over the eastern desert. The ruler, who learns to sleep in uncertainty, governs with the wisdom that needs no solutions, because it recognizes that all apparent problems arise and dissolve within the same awareness that dreams both questions and answers into existence. The prince returns to Memphis transformed, though he carries no scrolls of wisdom, no recorded teachings that could be studied or transmitted to others. Instead, he brings back a quality of presence that changes how he approaches every aspect of preparation for kingship. When advisors present him with complex political dilemmas, he listens from the stillness he learned beside the Sphinx, allowing solutions to emerge from the same source that coordinates the movements of stars and the flow of rivers. When economic challenges arise, he consults not just his conscious knowledge, but the deeper intelligence that operates all natural systems without anxiety or effort. Years later, when Khafre becomes pharaoh himself and builds his own pyramid beside his father's monument, those who serve in his court speak of a ruler who governs with unprecedented wisdom and ease, not because he has become more knowledgeable or skilled, but because he has learned to rule from the space of awareness that exists prior to all the problems the ruling mind thinks it needs to solve.
And the Sphinx continues her eternal vigil, posing her greatest riddle not to those who approach with urgent seeking, but to those who learn to rest in her presence, with the trust that what needs to be known will be revealed when the mind that thinks it needs to know finally allows itself to sleep in the arms of the mystery it can never fully understand, but can always completely trust.
The hermit who taught a prince about sleeping in uncertainty vanishes from recorded history, but his teaching continues through all who discover that the deepest wisdom emerges not from the effort to stay awake to solutions, but from the willingness to sleep peacefully in the presence of questions too vast for any individual mind to encompass.
And all is well. All has always been well, in the vast sleep of trust that holds all seeking and finding, where the riddles that seem so urgent to the waking mind dissolve into the peaceful recognition that consciousness itself is both the question and the answer, both the seeker and the sought, both the ruler and the ruled, perfect in its willingness to rest in the mystery of its own being without needing to solve the unsolvable or understand the incomprehensible, simply sleeping peacefully in the arms of the love that poses all riddles and provides all solutions from the same source of infinite wisdom.
All is well. The Lotus Dream of Nefertem.
Relax even more, dear listener, and let these words carry you like lotus petals floating on the sacred waters of temple pools, teaching us that the most exquisite blooms of understanding arise not from striving toward the light, but from resting peacefully in the dark depths where all growth begins.
The third year of Pharaoh Akhenaten's reign, before the great heresy, when the old gods still held court in their ancient temples, the sacred lake of Pa at Memphis, where lotus blossoms float like scattered stars on water, so still it mirrors the passing of clouds without a single ripple to disturb their reflection. Here, in the shadow of pyramids built by pharaohs whose names have already become legend, the Temple of Nefertem rises from an island connected to the mainland by a causeway lined with blue lotus plants that release their intoxicating fragrance into the humid air of late summer. It is the month of Mesere, the final month of the flood season, when the Nile runs deep and slow through channels carved by countless centuries of seasonal renewal. The air hangs thick with moisture that carries the green scent of growing things, the sweet perfume of opening flowers, the rich earth smell of mud, fertile beyond imagination. Seneb kneels beside the sacred pool in the temple's inner courtyard, his hands shaking with exhaustion as he struggles to remain in the meditation posture his teacher prescribed. For 7 years, he has sought direct experience of the divine, 7 years of dawn prayers and midnight vigils, of fasting that left his ribs visible beneath skin bronzed by countless hours in temple courtyards, of studying sacred texts until his eyes burned from oil smoke and his mind ached from the effort to understand mysteries that seemed to retreat like mirages the harder he pursued them. The lotus blossoms floating before him mock his efforts with their effortless beauty. Each morning, as Ra's first light touches the water, they open with movements so graceful they seem choreographed by gods. No striving visible in their unfolding, no apparent effort required for their transformation from tight bud to perfect flower. They simply rest in the dark water until the time comes for revelation, then bloom with a naturalness that makes his years of spiritual struggle feel clumsy and forced. Why do they make it look so easy? He whispers to the listening dawn, his voice hoarse from hours of chanted mantras that have brought him no closer to the divine presence he seeks. The question hangs in the humid air like incense. Around him, the temple compound begins to stir with morning activities, priest padding barefoot across stone floors, still cool from the night, the distant sound of sistrum bells from the main sanctuary where the statue of Pio receives his daily offerings,
children's laughter from the residential quarters where families of temple workers live in chambers built into the massive outer walls.
But here, in this smaller courtyard dedicated to Nefertem, god of the lotus and the perfumes that please both gods and mortals, silence reigns as complete as the stillness of the sacred pool.
Seneb's meditation teacher, the elderly priest Amenemhotep, had been clear in his instructions. Sit beside the lotus pool each morning. Watch how the flowers bloom. Learn from their example what you cannot learn from texts or techniques.
3 months of this practice, 90 mornings of watching lotuses open with maddening ease, while his own attempts at spiritual opening feel like trying to force a flower to bloom by pulling at its petals. This morning, fatigue from years of effort finally overwhelms his determination to maintain the proper posture. His shoulders sag, his carefully erect spine curves as he slumps forward. The mudra his hands have held with such disciplined precision dissolves as his arms simply fall to his sides. For the first time in 7 years, he stops trying. And in that moment of complete surrender, something extraordinary happens.
The god appears. Not in vision or trance or any of the dramatic divine encounters described in the sacred literature, Nefertem simply materializes beside the pool, as naturally as morning mist rising from warm water, his presence so gentle and unannouncing that at first Seneb doesn't realize he is no longer alone.
The god appears exactly as he is depicted in temple art. A young man crowned with a lotus blossom, his skin the golden green color of new growth, his eyes holding depths that seem to reflect not earthly light, but some inner radiance that illuminates without burning. You have been working very hard, Nefertem observes, settling cross-legged on the stone rim of the pool, with movements that create no splash, no ripple to disturb the floating flowers. Seneb can only nod, suddenly aware of how his years of spiritual effort have carved lines of tension around his eyes, how his jaw has grown tight from clenching with determination, how his entire body carries the accumulated strain of trying to force enlightenment to occur according to his schedule and expectations. Would you like to know the secret of lotus blooming? The god asks, reaching out to touch one of the flowers with fingertips that seem to be made of morning light itself. Please, Seneb whispers, the word carrying 7 years of longing compressed into 2 syllables. Nefertem smiles, and in that smile is all the patience of mud that waits without anxiety for seeds to sprout, all the trust of roots that grow downward into darkness before reaching upward toward light. The lotus begins not in light, but in mud, not in clarity, but in the richest confusion, not in knowing, but in the deepest not knowing that exists at the bottom of the pool, where no sunlight penetrates. As he speaks, the god's hand moves through the water, and Seneb finds his vision somehow extending beneath the surface, seeing through the dark water to the muddy bottom where lotus roots rest in thick black earth that would seem like death to anyone who had never witnessed what it nourishes. Watch, Nefertem whispers.
And Seneb sees, as if time has become visible, the entire process of lotus growth from beginning to bloom, the seed falling through dark water to rest in mud, so rich and dark it seems like the antithesis of the beauty it will eventually produce. Roots growing not upward toward light, but downward into deeper darkness, drawing nourishment from decay and darkness and all the decomposed dreams of countless previous generations of flowers. The stem that eventually grows upward does so not through effort, but through natural response to the light. It somehow senses, even from the bottom of the pool, no struggle, no forcing, simply the inevitable movement of life, following its own deep intelligence. The most beautiful dreams, Nefertem continues, his voice carrying the sound of water, lapping gently against stone, bloom not from effort, but from resting deeply in the mud of not knowing, not from trying to reach the light, but from trusting the darkness that nourishes all reaching.
Perhaps, dear listener, you have spent time like the devoted seeker in this ancient story, working hard to force spiritual experiences or insights or transformations that seem to come easily to others. Perhaps you have felt frustrated by your own efforts, wondering why the most natural-seeming states of peace and wisdom feel so elusive despite your sincere dedication to practices and techniques designed to produce them.
As the god speaks, something begins to shift in Seneb's relationship to his own spiritual journey. The tight knot of effort that has driven him for 7 years begins to loosen like a fist slowly opening. "But I have tried resting," he protests, though his voice carries less conviction than confusion. "I have practiced non-doing and surrender and letting go. Even those become efforts when I try to do them correctly." Nefertem's laughter sounds like wind through lotus leaves, like the gentle splash of fish jumping in temple pools, like all the sounds that happen without anyone trying to make them happen.
You have tried to rest. You have practiced surrender. You have worked at letting go. But has the lotus bud ever tried to open? Does it practice blooming? Does it work at becoming beautiful?
The questions hang in the morning air like visible things. The lotus simply rests in the conditions that allow blooming to occur naturally. Dark mud, still water, the patient passage of time that cannot be hurried. And when the moment arrives, not according to any schedule the bud has created, but according to rhythms deeper than individual will, opening happens by itself. As he speaks, one of the lotus buds floating near them begins to open, not gradually, not with the slow unfurling that Seneb has watched so many times before, but with a kind of breathing motion, as if the flower is simply inhaling itself into bloom.
Petal by petal, the bud reveals the perfect geometry hidden within its closed form. Colors emerge that seem to carry their own light. White, that glows like captured moonbeams. Pink, that blushes like dawn sky. Yellow centers that pulse with the warmth of banked fires. And Seneb realizes that what he is witnessing is not the result of effort, but the natural expression of what was always already complete within the bud, simply waiting for conditions that would allow its hidden perfection to reveal itself.
"Your 7 years of practice," Nefertem says gently, "have not been wasted. They have been the mud, the rich, dark, confusing mud that nourishes the roots of understanding that you cannot yet see, but that are growing in directions you cannot imagine."
The god rises from his seat on the pool's edge, his form beginning to shimmer like heat waves above sun-warmed stone.
"Rest now, in the mud of not knowing. Trust the darkness that feeds all growing things. Stop trying to bloom and start being the perfect seed that you already are, complete in its unmanifest potential, waiting only for the moment when opening happens as naturally as breathing."
As Nefertem's form dissolves back into the morning light, from which it seemed to have condensed, Seneb finds himself alone beside the sacred pool, but not alone in the way he has felt alone during his years of struggling practice, alone in the way the lotus bud is alone in dark water, held, nourished, surrounded by everything it needs for the blooming that will occur in its own time according to its own nature. Days pass differently after this encounter. Weeks, Seneb continues his meditation beside the pool, but the quality of his sitting changes completely. Instead of trying to achieve particular states or experiences, he practices what the god taught him, resting in not knowing, with the same trust that allows seeds to grow in dark earth. Instead of working to overcome his confusion and spiritual struggles, he begins to recognize them as the rich mud that nourishes understanding, too deep to be grasped by the surface mind. Instead of trying to force insights to bloom according to his expectations, he learns to rest in the conditions that allow natural revelation to occur when and how it needs to occur. Months pass. Years.
other seekers begin to notice something different about Seneb's presence. Not that he has become more knowledgeable or achieved dramatic spiritual attainments, but that he seems to rest in his own being with the same natural ease that lotus blossoms rest on still water. His meditation students report that sitting with him helps them relax into their own practice instead of struggling with it. His presence seems to create space for their own natural wisdom to emerge without forcing or artificial cultivation.
And sometimes, in the early morning hours, when mist rises from the sacred pool and the lotus blossoms open to greet Ra's first light, visitors to the temple of Nefertem report seeing something extraordinary. A meditator sitting beside the water with such perfect stillness that flowers seem to bloom spontaneously in the air around him, as if his practice of resting in not knowing has created conditions where the impossible becomes as natural as breathing.
But Seneb himself notices nothing unusual. He simply sits each morning as the god taught him, trusting the dark mud of confusion and not knowing to nourish whatever understanding wants to grow through him, allowing the light of awareness to find its own way to the surface in whatever form serves the mysterious intelligence that blooms lotus flowers and human hearts with the same effortless precision. And all is well. All has always been well. In the sacred mud, where all beauty gestates in darkness before emerging into light, where your own deepest understanding rests like a perfect lotus seed, in the rich confusion of not knowing, waiting not for your efforts to force its blooming, but for your willingness to trust the natural intelligence that opens flowers and hearts, according to rhythms too deep for the mind to comprehend, too perfect for the will to improve, ready always to reveal the beauty that was never absent, only waiting for the right conditions to express what was always already complete in the darkness where all light begins.
All is well. The Serapeum's Dream Oracle.
Continue to listen and relax, dear listener. Let these words carry you like the gentle settling into temple sleep, where pilgrims discover that healing comes not from the visions that visit their dreams, but from the spacious silence that holds all dreaming in perfect peace. The 21st year of Cleopatra, the 7th reign, the Serapeum of Alexandria, where the great god Serapis presides over healing dreams in chambers built beneath the marble floors of the most magnificent temple in the Mediterranean world. Here, in underground sanctuaries carved from living rock and lined with healing stones brought from the quarries of Syene, pilgrims from across the known world come seeking cures that earthly physicians cannot provide.
Above ground, Alexandria bustles with the commerce of 3 continents. Ships from India unload precious spices at harbors that stretch beyond the horizon. Roman senators debate philosophy in porticoed courtyards, while Egyptian priests perform rituals unchanged since the time of the pharaohs. The great library attracts scholars who speak in tongues as diverse as the stars. But below, in the sacred sleep chambers of the Serapeum, silence reigns. Iris of Cyrenaica descends the marble steps into this underground realm of healing dreams, her footsteps echoing in corridors lit by oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on walls painted with scenes of Serapis appearing to sleeping pilgrims. She carries with her the desperate hope that has driven her across 300 miles of Mediterranean waters and desert roads to reach this place where gods speak directly to mortals through visions that arrive in sleep. The illness that consumes her defies description, not in her body, which remains strong and healthy despite months of suffering, not in her mind, which continues to function with the clarity that made her reputation as a merchant of rare textiles in the markets of Cyrenaica. Something deeper afflicts her, some wound to the soul that manifests as an emptiness, so complete it feels like dying while remaining alive. Food loses all flavor, wine tastes like water, music sounds like noise, The textiles she once loved to touch and sell feel like rough burlap beneath fingers that have forgotten the pleasure of beautiful things. Even sleep, when it finally comes after hours of lying wakeful, brings no rest, only dreams that dissolve upon waking like salt in water, leaving behind no memory, no refreshment, only the hollow ache of a life drained of all meaning. The temple attendant, an elderly woman whose Greek accent carries the musical lilt of the islands, leads Eros through corridors where the walls seem to pulse with accumulated prayers. Many come seeking healing dreams, she explains as they walk deeper into the temple complex. Serapis appears to those who sleep in his sacred chambers, bringing visions that contain the cure for whatever afflicts them. Some see themselves drinking from sacred springs, others receive instructions for herbal remedies or dietary changes. Still others experience symbolic dreams that reveal the emotional sources of their physical ailments. They pass chambers where other pilgrims lie, sleeping on stone couches covered with soft wool blankets, their faces peaceful in the lamplight, their breathing deep and regular as they await divine visitation. What if no dreams come? Eros asks, though she immediately regrets the question. To express doubt in this sacred place feels like sacrilege. The attendant smiles with the patience of one who has heard this fear countless times before. The god appears to all who sleep here with sincere need. Trust the process. Rest in the certainty that healing will come in whatever form serves you best. The chamber assigned to Eros is small but perfectly appointed for sacred sleep. The stone couch has been carved to support the human form in complete comfort. Soft linens, warmed by braziers that fill the air with the scent of sandalwood and myrrh, invite rest deeper than ordinary sleep. On the wall above the couch, a painted image of Serapis gazes down with eyes that seem to hold infinite compassion for human suffering. She lies down as the sun sets, somewhere high above in the world of daylight and commerce, pulling the warm blankets around her body while her mind races with anticipation and anxiety in equal measure. What form will the healing dream take? Will Serapis appear as the paintings depict him, with his flowing beard and kind eyes, speaking words of cure directly into her sleeping mind? Will she find herself in some symbolic landscape where the meaning of her affliction becomes clear and its remedy obvious? Hours pass in this restless hoping. The oil lamp burns lower, its flame creating smaller and smaller circles of light on the painted walls. The sounds of the temple above gradually fade into the deep silence of Egyptian night. Other pilgrims in neighboring chambers settle into the profound sleep that opens the doorway between mortal consciousness and divine healing. But Eros remains awake, her mind churning with expectation, her body tense with the effort of trying to sleep on command. And slowly, something unexpected begins to happen. In the space between her desperate hoping for healing dreams and her growing frustration at their absence, a different quality of awareness begins to emerge. Not sleep exactly, not waking consciousness either, something in between, a state of being that has no name but feels like sinking into warm water, like dissolving into the darkness itself. The painted image of Serapis on the wall seems to shimmer and fade, not disappearing, but becoming less important somehow, less the focus of her attention than the spacious darkness that surrounds and includes all images. Her breath slows and deepens. Without any effort on her part, the tight knot of anxiety in her chest begins to loosen like a fist gradually opening. And in this relaxation, this letting go of the need for specific experiences or particular forms of healing, something profound occurs. Peace, not the peace that comes after getting what you want, but the peace that exists prior to all wanting, not the peace of problem solved, but the peace that holds all problems and solutions in the same vast embrace.
not the peace of healing achieved, but the peace that was never actually disturbed by whatever seemed to need healing.
Perhaps, dear listener, you have had moments like this in your own search for healing, or understanding, or resolution to difficulties that have persisted despite your best efforts. Perhaps you have discovered that sometimes the medicine you seek arrives not in the form you expected, but in the spacious awareness that can hold all your seeking and suffering without being damaged by either. In this state of peaceful emptiness, Iras becomes aware that she has been approaching her healing backwards. She has been seeking experiences to fill the emptiness that torments her, looking for visions or insights or divine interventions that would restore meaning and pleasure and engagement with life. But what if the emptiness itself is not the problem, but the solution? What if the vast space that seems so frighteningly empty is actually full of the only medicine that can truly heal? The recognition doesn't come as a dramatic vision or symbolic dream. It arises more like dawn, gradually and naturally, illuminating what was always already present, but obscured by the desperate search for something else. The emptiness she has been fleeing is not absence, but presence, not lack, but fullness, so complete it cannot be grasped by the mind seeking particular experiences, not sickness, but the natural spaciousness of awareness that includes and transcends all temporary contents without being limited by any of them. Hours pass in this recognition, though time seems irrelevant when measured only by the gentle rhythm of breath moving through space that knows itself as both empty and full, both healing and already whole. When dawn light begins to filter down through ventilation shafts from the world above, Iris awakens, though awakening feels like the wrong word for what occurs. She simply finds herself sitting upright on the stone couch, more rested than she has been in months, despite having received no dreams, no visions, no direct appearance of the healing God she came seeking. But the hollow ache that drove her across sea and desert to reach this place is gone. Not filled with new content, not replaced by dramatic revelations or mystical experiences, but dissolved in the recognition that the space it seemed to create was never actually empty. The awareness that can perceive emptiness must itself be present, must itself be full of the capacity for knowing, must itself be the very fullness that appears as emptiness when seeking particular contents to fill it. The temple attendant finds her later that morning, sitting quietly in her chamber with a quality of presence that wasn't there the night before. "Did Serapeum appear to you in dreams?" the old woman asks, genuinely curious about what form the god's healing took. Iris considers how to answer, how to explain that healing came not through divine visitation, but through the recognition that the space in which all visitations occur is itself the medicine, itself the God, itself the very presence that needs no particular form to be completely present. "He appeared," she says finally, "in the emptiness between dreams, in the peaceful space that holds all sleeping and waking without being disturbed by either." The attendant nods with the understanding of one who has seen many forms of divine healing, but recognizes that the deepest cures often arrive not as experiences to be remembered, but as recognition of what was never actually absent. Days later, when Iras returns to Cyrenaica and resumes her work with beautiful textiles in the marketplace, customers notice something different about her presence. Not that she has become more knowledgeable about fabrics or more skilled in negotiation, but that she seems to touch and display her wares from a quality of attention that makes even ordinary cloth seem luminous with possibility. The colors that had lost their vibrancy during her months of inner emptiness now seem richer than before, not because they have changed, but because the awareness that perceives them has remembered its own inherent fullness, its own capacity to find beauty in whatever appears within its spacious embrace. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, when she sits in meditation in her home overlooking the harbor, Iras returns to the healing chamber of the Serapeum, not through memory,
but through recognition, understanding that the peaceful emptiness she discovered there was never limited to that sacred space, but is the very nature of awareness itself, always available, always healing, Erast always full of the divine presence that needs no dreams to announce its arrival because it never actually departs.
And all is well, all has always been well, in the sacred emptiness that holds all fullness, where the healing you seek dwells not in experiences yet to come, but in the spacious awareness that can witness all seeking with perfect compassion, where the same divine presence that spoke to ancient pilgrims through the silence between dreams speaks to you now in the peaceful gaps between thoughts, between breaths, between one moment and the next, perfectly empty of everything except the love that is your own deepest nature, recognizing itself in the vast space that contains all temples, all healing, all gods, and all the pilgrims who discover that what they came seeking was never absent from the very awareness that could recognize its apparent absence.
All is well.
And now, just let the music and the beats play until the end as you drift and perhaps dream of Egypt. All is well with you. All is well.